mě doufám ukážou. No, dobrý. Já si je vemu sebou.
Tehát hogy kell kezelni? Hogy...
Kedves hallgatók, megkérnék mindenkit, hogy fáradjunk be a terembe, ugyanis egy-két percen
Would like to ask our dear audience to take their seats. Rak be ide középre.
Kellenek ezek?
Hát ezek az előadások. Csak a tegnap is benne van.
Jó napot kívánok!
Jó napot kívánok, én pillanatilag a cseh tolmács vagyok, és csak 10:30-ig, mert
Ja, oké.
aztán
Akkor
meg
lejárom
nem kell.
mondatom.
Igen, ezt aztán lejárom mondatom.
Köszi, drágám. Angolt is kérek?
Keresik.
De
Jó.
itt van.
Jó, köszi.
Hát nagyon szépen van meg szervezve, rendezve.
Ja, csak marra sokan rejelzték, hogy a második napra nem tudnak eljönni. Hát tudod, hétvége, nyár, mindenki húz le a Balatonra.
Hát igen, ez mondjuk.
Tehát tegnap tele volt, de hát...
Ha nem beszéltessék.
kedves közönségünk,
Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome everyone wholeheartedly on the second day of the conference of the Institute for Hungarian Studies titled The Age of the Corvin and Hunyadi families. On the first day, we covered various topics, including diplomacy, military policy, historiography, but we will continue our conference today. Today we will focus on diplomatic relations between Hungary and the Czech land and Moscow, the Duchy of Moscow, but there are other topics also on the agenda. The gaining of power of the Hunyadi family and the age of King Matthias and family relations. So I do not want to take your time, but I would like to ask Dana PICKOVÁ, our first speaker, to deliver her presentation. Angolra dolgozom.
De most angolul beszél.
Én nem hallom.
Akkor
Ja, bocs. Mivel angolul nem...
I will speak Czech.
In 1482, the envoy of King Matthias arrived at the seat of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and offered an alliance to Ivan III. The reply came soon, and the Russian envoy came to the castle of Buda and continued the negotiations and discussed the conditions of this agreement of alliance. Unfortunately, the text did not remain, but it is for sure that the content was quite offensive and was aimed against the Jagiellonians. This also results from the circumstances that were characteristic of the diplomatic relations, discussions between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Castle of Buda. We have certain sources of the diplomatic correspondence. So this was the way how the relations were established between the two states, the two empires, that lasted until the death of King Matthias. What was the reason of Matthias to seek for such a diplomatic and other alliance? Casimir III was a powerful enemy of Hungary at the same time. He opened two fronts, and on the call of the opposition of the Hungarian opposition, he also wanted to seize the power over the Hungarian kingdom. In addition to that, Moldavia was a territory both rulers wanted to seize power over. A further party that influenced the state of affairs were the Habsburgs. After the death of Ladislaus II and his son, the Habsburg wanted to take over the power. Frederick III approached Ladislaus II. The ambitious King Matthias was very much irritated that the emperor did not acknowledge his claim to the sacred crown, and he simply stopped him or prevented him from gaining the power. So thus King Matthias opened the war against the Habsburgs, Austria, that lasted almost 10 years. And this was the reason why Matthias, at the beginning of the 80s, started to find or tried to find allies in his fight. In my presentation, I would like to deal with the diplomatic relations of Matthias, King Matthias, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but I would like to focus on the stance and the position of the Grand Duchy. The mere fact that Corvin was sent to Buda as an envoy, and the fact that Matthias was quite postponing the conclusion of this agreement is worth our attention. The Rurik countries were freed from the Tatar occupation. I am talking about the Rurik parts of the country which before did not belong under the Polish rule. They were occupied by the Tartars for a while. So this posed a new task for the ruler. On the one hand, he had to establish relations with certain European countries, some of which were also interested in concluding certain diplomatic channels with the duchy. Moscovia was an independent state which drew the attention of several European rulers. They wanted to get to know, to seize or to take this country as an ally. And this was the way how the different relations were established. In each of the three cases, Austria, Moldavia, and Moscow was aimed at forging an alliance against the Habsburgs. But let's return to the beginning of Ivan III. Let's see the year 1682. The whole northern Europe, from the Finnish Bay to the Ural, belonged to Novgorod, which was a huge and powerful state, and there was another city-state, Pskov, which was also located in this geographical area. There were three centers, Tverben, Riazarban, and Moscow, in the east-north. In the second half of the 16th century, Moscow gained all power over these areas. They also had to pay attention to Lithuania because it was also a powerful state which might have had a certain influence on the region. The Kievan Rus in the 14th century, due to the dynamic expansion of Lithuania, became the part of Lithuania and the Polish Empire. The original Rurik country parts can be found at this time already in the Lithuanian state, and the population, 9/10 of the population, followed the Pravoslav religion. And let me add that the Rurik country also expanded to the steppe regions with a nomad population. And the great horde of the Tartars had an immense influence here, led by Ahmad Khan, who was able to establish a strong and powerful rule. In the middle of the 16th century, the new Russian state was formed, which was somehow the successor of the medieval Russian state. The Russian emperors had a dynastic right to rule the Eastern European countries, which were previously under the rule of the Rurik rulers. During the rule or the reign of Ivan III, these three countries were integrated into the Russian state. On the other hand, it was supposed that there would be a conflict emerging with the Jagiellonians, and there were certain clashes on the border. It was related to the fact that certain states, certain rulers prefer to be independent rather than being integrated into the Russian state. The Russian relations deteriorated, and many wanted to forge an alliance with Casimir IV against Russia. Casimir got all the rights that the Novgorod ruler had, the Novgorod emperor had. In 1471, a military campaign was launched, and by Novgorod he won the battle. Casimir IV did not help Novgorod due to several reasons. Why? In Central Europe, on the one hand, he had to fight King Matthias of Hungary to be able to keep his previous positions in the Czech land, and in addition to that, he still wanted to seize the Holy Crown of Saint Stephen. The only way he could interfere was that he fought against or sent a military campaign against the Great Khan. So Casimir IV did not have them. Stalanya Ulka Gebre was the location of a fight, of a battle, which proved that the Rurik Empire, which resulted in getting rid of the golden, of the rule of the Golden Hordes in 1484. Ivan III decided to launch a campaign against Tver, but Casimir IV did not provide military support to his alliance. On the other hand, Ivan III was very good at in the field of diplomatic relations. When he strived to integrate the Moscow state, Novgorod into the Moscow state, the diplomatic relations remained between Moscow and Vilnius. The content did not remain, but quite probably they wanted to achieve the neutrality of the king. There were several diplomatic negotiations in order to be able to stop the clashes on the border at the Russian-Lithuanian border. Lithuania was a very strong enemy, and thus Ivan III did not want to enter into a direct military conflict with them, because he was aware that the Moscow state was not prepared for such a large war. And he was lucky because Casimir IV did not want to intervene. And during the preparation, when they wanted to integrate Tver into their own state, the Lithuanians wanted to find another ally. And many European rulers also wanted to act in the same manner, including King Matthias of Hungary. In 1482, diplomatic relations were established between Moscow and Buda. The Hungarian-Moldovan and Russian-Moldovan relations also played a role in here. Quite probably, Matthias was the initiator. His original intention to rule Moldavia from both a political and a military point of view, he also approached Stefan III, Moldavian ruler, and finally they forged an alliance. So the new friendly relations were accentuated in 1483 by a dynastic marriage. The son of Stephen III and the daughter of Ivan III got married, thereby safeguarding the alliance. Historians, despite the lack of written sources, suppose that that was the real aim of the marriage. Matthias also wanted to gain ground in this quite remote country. The contract of alliance between Matthias and Ivan was very important, but at the same time the Grand Duchy did not receive information about the events in the castle of Buda. When Kurizin returned in 1483, he was held captive by the Ottomans, by the Turks. He was held captive for many long months, and Matthias had to intervene so that he could be released. It is quite probable that he only arrived back in Moscow in 1486. Before Kurizin arrived in the court, Matthias's envoy Kalaman arrived in the Moscow court. His intention was to convince Ivan not to pacify his relations with Casimir IV. Ivan met this request of Matthias, and he sent another envoy to Buda with the message that there is peace and understanding between the two courts. So Ivan III did not make an agreement with Casimir IV, the Polish king. A further envoy arrived in 1484 at the Moscow court and informed him about the documents arriving from Buda, documents that were ratified by the king. Due to the intention of God, we started to create something, create a certain move and an action with the aim to attack Casimir. The Grand Duchy also wrote a letter to Matthias and sent Tibor as an envoy to Buda with some background information. Moscow, by all means, wanted to avoid direct military conflict with Casimir IV. At first sight, we would say that it is contradictory to what we have already shared with you, but in fact, there was never a military conflict. As far as Russia is concerned, it was only a diplomatic maneuver so that they would be able to present the events to the world as a conflict. Tibor had to convince Matthias that the war between Casimir and Ivan already started. The Hungarian envoy reported that the Emperor Sver made an alliance with Casimir IV. At the same time, Ivan also asked or requested Matthias to launch his campaign against Poland. Another reason of this message was to make the Hungarian party meet the conditions of the previous contract. A year later, more fierce conflicts occurred at the border. In fact, it was not a grassroots military conflict. It was a targeted maneuver of the Moscow court. Ivan III didn't dare to open a military front with Lithuania until the death of Casimir IV. It is quite obvious that the attack of Tver by Moscow was not due to the fact that they wanted to meet the conditions of the Hungarian agreement, but it was part of their internal policy. It is a question whether Ivan III really thought that Matthias would consider the attack of Tver as part of the attack against Casimir IV. In fact, Matthias expected more. This event by no means was strong enough to attract the attention of the Jagiellonians in Central Europe. Matthias nevertheless responded in a positive manner and wanted to convince him that he would remain the only faithful ally of Moscow, despite the fact that Casimir IV wanted to make peace with him several times. The words of the king sounded quite hostile, and thus he received a response that, okay, from your words, I can see that you want to attack our common enemy, but if you do so, please inform our court as soon as possible. So it was planned to carry out an attack against Poland, but Matthias did not make any concrete proposals aimed at a coordinated military attack with Moscow. Whether this Hungarian message reached the court of Moscow, we do not know. We can only suppose that probably not. But nevertheless, at the end of the 80s, Matthias did not plan an open conflict with Poland, although there are certain signs which would have indicated the opposite. One of the signs is a 5-year truce with the Turks to somehow ensure the conflict-less state of the southern borders that were joined with the Ottoman army. Another diplomatic correspondence with Ivan III was on this topic. So let me answer the question what Matthias expected from this alliance and what Ivan III expected from Matthias, and whether these expectations were realistic or not. Of course, the main question is whether or to what extent the two rulers were ready to fight against the Polish king. It is for sure that both rulers had high hopes of a successful alliance against the Poles. The intense diplomatic correspondence indicates that signing the pact with Moscow also strengthened the international position of Hungary. So Matthias could for example, prevent the attempt of intervention of the Curia of the Holy Seat. And they also used this pact as an instrument of menace vis-à-vis the Polish court. In addition to that, we can say that Matthias did not very intensively interfere with the other East Central European matters. Casimir IV and his wife Elizabeth von Habsburg might have cherished the idea of being able to seize the Hungarian crown. So, given the circumstances, it was quite probable that the Moscow court would have started a campaign against the Poles. But if we see the realities, and it might have been probable, but all of a sudden Matthias died in 1480. Matthias was very anti-Pole, and the Russian ruler was also expected that Casimir would weaken due to a possible war with Hungary. The establishment of diplomatic relations between Moscow and Hungary brought the Moscow state to the international political scene of Central Europe. The local rulers began who also wanted to find potential allies against the Regalonians, also became quite active in the diplomatic field. When Matthias died, the international constellation significantly changed in Central Europe. The king did not leave a legitimate heir, and thus the Hungarian throne became the subject of conflict of many expectants. The victory of Jagalo Ladislaus, Polish king, resulted in the loss of the diplomatic relations between Buda and Moscow. So thus these relations simply stopped or were lost. Theoretically, the alliance would have led to coordinated military campaigns or maneuvers, but they were never realized. They did not provide de facto military aid to one another, but still I would say that this alliance still had some achievements or some practical results. One of the results was that Moscow got to the diplomatic arena of Europe. The other result was that Habsburg started to consider Moscow as a potential ally against the powerful Jagiellonian family, which also meant that the influence and the power also of the Grand Duchy also increased. This enabled him to invite foreign experts to the country who could contribute to the further development of the Grand Duchy.
Dear audience, of course, in the 15th century, the Hunyadi family and also the success of the Hungarian kingdom is not only due to the excellent culture policy, military policy and economic policy, but also that excellent sense for foreign policy that Hunyadi Matthias attested. And the presentation by Dana PICKOVÁ also shed light on it from a perspective which has been not well known for the Hungarian audience, but I think that all our knowledge has been extended as a result of this presentation, and I would like to say thanks for your presentation, Ms. PICKOVÁ, on behalf of our audience. Our next speaker will be LEVENTE ZÓLYA László, who is going to talk about the Diód castle and as to what this settlement, this place has got to do with the Hunyadi family, because we usually hear a lot about the Vajda Hunyad castle, but about Diód we do not hear at all. So may I kindly request LEVENTE ZÓLYA to deliver his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, may I extend a cordial welcome to you. And as the administrator of the St. Ladislaus Foundation, I would like to stand here and welcome you. The fundamental thought of this foundation comes from Brother Csaba, and the goal is to activate the memorial heritage protection, and also by making some construction and setting up some memorial pathways. We would like to put everything back to the memory. The problem is that a lot of things are getting out of the memory of the people. When the southern Transylvanian highway was made and implemented, many of the visitors opt for this option to come to the central part of the Transylvanian region because it's faster. But there are very few who are aware that, for example, when they leave the town of Deva, a couple of kilometers away from it, the highway is going past the Szeged River, where a lot of people were threshing through the icy water in order to catch the imperial cannons and turning around the outcome of the battle, which by the end of the day will be the turning point of the war for independence in Transylvania. And again, going further, the other section of this highway would demolish the ruins of that chapel, which was to commemorate the Count Bátori, who fell off his horse and who, in the final, the army was waiting for the final attack from the Turkish army, but instead the Kinizsi came, and with this the outcome of the Kenyermeze siege was decided. And I think that whenever there are these places around us, they should deserve a moment for us to stop and raise our heads. And now getting back to the history, I have just by accident spotted the place of the Diód castle, because I was searching some locations for a scientific pathway, and I found Diód. I thought that this was a misprint because we know a place called Diósd, but Diód was new to me. But when I was scratching a little bit the history of the place, I was absolutely amazed at what I found. A little bit about the position. As you can see in the map, this has a completely central location. It is in the Transylvanian hegyalja, in the very center of Transylvania. From Gyulafehérvár, which at that time was the public administration of Transylvania, it is only 22 kilometers away. It is 4 kilometers away from Tövis, to which it belongs, but from Vajda Hunyad, which is located in the bottom left corner of the picture, encircled in red, so it is 100 kilometers away from Vajda Hunyad. Let me share with you some data. The first mention goes back to the 13th century with regard to András Diódi Komes, who was a confidee of the young King Stephen. And he is worth to be mentioned because it is partly because of him that there was some misunderstanding with regard to the historiography about the Diód. By all probability, there was already one fortification which belonged to him, but not at the very same place. Our next data go to back to the time of Sigismund of Luxembourg. In the Nikápoly battle, 3 male members of the family fell and died. So that is why they want to strengthen the family in terms of the estates. But then again, when the family got extinct, and some other sources in the Romanian historiography, we can find that Diód Mihály. So from Diód Mihály, it is János Hunyadi who will get this estate. It's about 11 villages and a fortification. It's worthwhile to mention here that János Hunyadi immediately starts construction on the site. At Tövis, he built the Franciscan chapel, monastery, and at Diód he orders a castle, a fortification to be built. But for the Gyulafehérvár prior, he would also have some estates given. After the death of Hunyadi, Mihály Szilágyi will get the estate, so it will actually remain in the family. And after Szilágyi's death, it is his widow, and after the widow's death, it will belong to the crown, which in our case is Matthias. But then again, Matthias gives it to a relative of his, to Dengelegi Pongrác János, and ex-Casa Nostra Diód. And then at the beginning of the 16th century, the estates are owned by the Balassa family. So very briefly about this misunderstanding, let me clarify something. Some people write that the preliminaries go back to the 13th century, probably the Reformed Church, which is the only visible building to be seen now, is the reason, as if that was the remains of a dwelling tower from the 13th century. I think it is questionable because this was not very well researched. But there is Castle Hill, Csetatuja, next to it, which is like a fortifications ruins. So this is from where you can find a fortified mansion or a fortification. We do not know exactly. But in 1442, this was one of the earliest gain of estates of Hunyadi. And as I mentioned before, he immediately started the constructions because it was a kind of castle, but he wants to build a monastery on it. He wants to establish good relations with the priests and the priors. So he thinks that for him it is an important piece of estate. In 1446, the first mention was because, you know, the Kövári László describes that the castle was built between 1442 and 1445. So in 1446, they had 300 carriages of wheat that were harvested there in the estate around the castle, so that generated a debate, and they turned to the governor, which was quite an interesting situation because the governor of Transylvania was János Hunyadi anyway. So probably that very short and brief debate that was taking place between Hunyadi and his own tenant. Well, this could be probably quite interesting. But anyway, also we yesterday heard by Professor Gyöngyösi Kálnoki that the Hunyadis belief in Patrona Patriae Maria cult. This is something that we can see here because Hunyadi was asking for pardon to the chapel of Mary, Virgin Mary. He actually got it, and the papal document also takes a mention that this chapel was established by Hunyadi. In the next years, it is the headquarters of Dengelegi Pongrácz János, Transylvanian voivoda. So he carries on and continues the constructions. He dates his documents from here. So this is actually used as the residence. And the son of Pongrácz János and the death of Pongrácz János, and with the remarrying of the widow, the Diód estate will get to the hands of the Balassa family. So there are again some voivodas' names, like in 1538. It appears as the headquarters of Transylvanian voivode Imre Balassa, who also considers this as a residence, because when the Balassa's partisan policy between the Szapolyai family leads to the siege of the castle, they write that he will go back from Diód to the Fogaras fortress. In 1540, the Szapolyai troops take and occupy the fort and ruin it. How much it is ruined, this is questionable, because a couple of years after, we again see the castle or the fortification to be mentioned. So the next highlight of the history of the fortification is the mid-16th century, when between 1540, 1550, Queen Isabel and Frater György's clashes characterize very well. So Queen Isabella will flee to Gyulafehérvár, but then again the clashes and the disagreements between them, that she has to flee away from that as well and finds refuge in the castle of Diód. And we come to the end of the history of the fort by 1563, when again the castle is owned by Menyhard Balassa and Zsigmond and Sigismund. We do not know who were the besiegers, but I think it's quite interesting that a tiny little fortification like this can withstand for weeks on end to the siege, and they only give it up afterwards. There are 3 captains of the fort. I do not know exactly why. But by all means, after that, we can see no sources whatsoever about the Diód castle. Now we come to a very interesting question. There's something that we do not understand in the whole story, namely why Hunyadi thought it was such an important place and why he started such vast constructions at Tövis and Diód. This today we would call a greenfield investment. So this is something that he builds up from scratch. In the very same time, because we do not see any difference whatsoever, around this time he must have started the constructions in Hunyad as well, because you know the fact that Matthias was born at Kolozsvár simply because at Hunyad there were some constructions ongoing. So despite the fact that we talk about two different things, but the Hunyad castle has been a reconstructed castle, a reconstructed fortification, and I actually, on purpose, chose these quite unusual pictures because I think that the main facade of the Hunyad castle is known to you all. So this is the southern ramparts, the Nebojsa Tower. And here you can feel that these constructions took several phases. I think that what could have been, why he could have been opted for Diód, this is its vicinity to Gyulafehérvár. But finally, that was actually the reason to opt for Hunyad, that at Diód he could not have this extravagant and lavish style of construction which he as a baron could have had, although at that time he was raising really like a comet, and therefore he opted for Hunyad. As I told you, this is a tiny little castle. I'm talking about Diód. It was built on a light elevation surrounded by a moor, a swamp. There are four, it's rectangular, and from the southeastern direction it is protected by a double wall. And some of the walls are still standing, but I will also point it out that its current situation is quite appalling. Its entrance is from the fully devastated southern part, but at the southern eastern wall, there's a 10 times 7 meter building which is working today as a Reformed church. We have a specific data about that this was transformed for the purposes of the church in 1537. Just a few pictures of the Diód castle. Unfortunately, hereby I have to add that these pictures were taken back in 2010. Since then, the situation even more deteriorated largely, but you can see that there are still major ramparts. You can see the ditch, and it is quite a friendly, small and tiny little castle that we can see here. And yes, we come to some unbeaten space, because actually we cannot come close to it because the historical memory related institutions and the government play a role in this. So these historical monuments, especially in southern Transylvania, there are three ways of looking at them, especially in those villages and in those locations where the change and swap of the population has been already come to the end. So they have a fully passive attitude to the historical monuments, but in some better cases, this might sound too ugly, but they look at them as a milking cow for various applications for money. But there are some even worse options. In Diód, for some reason, a better outcome is to be seen. So we can see that the former local government was applying for some subsidies for rural development or agriculture activities. This was an EU application. How much was implemented from it? Unfortunately, what you can see, these are three boards. So one is that shows that you have to detour from the main where you have to detour from the main road. The second board writes a story about the history, of course discreetly omitting to mention the name of Hunyadi János. But the castle is only a couple of hundreds of meters away from it, so we can only see the top of the church through some private gardens, but we cannot get a real picture of the castle. But this concrete fence and the iron gate, which is the reminiscence of the system long passed by, this is the only way that you could approach this, or through Roma family's garden, but I would like to warn you not to go there. But anyway, so here you can see a nice list of the Neolith, Hallstatt, and Latin and Roman relics and historical monuments, and then we can also read the transcripts of the Roman altar pieces. But once we have this information, we can enter. If we manage to push in this rusty gate, because when I entered it 3 weeks ago, there was a jungle behind it, but strangely enough, on that night I met the prior of the local Reformed church, and I also made a mention of this case, and the prior, through a very short telephone call, he promised me that they will cut the grass of the castle yard. So just a few words about the current status quo. It was George Angel, a Romanian historian, who described this in 1969. He said that it is where you can see still the reminiscence of the 4 bastions, but the western wall was destroyed with the entrance as well. Gábor Kiss, back in 1987, described the same things. I do not know if he was there in person, but there was another Romanian study that again reinforced that this was the situation. So we can say that the castle was in quite a good position at that time. But in 2010, we see a very sad and appalling picture. We can see that Roma house was built on the left-hand side, but on the northeastern side, there are the ruins of the tower, but there's already a garden on the eastern northern side, and there were some people who simply occupied the territory. So this is the situation with the drone we took 2 weeks ago, and the priest was right, not 100%, but he still kept his promise. But here we can see quite an appalling story here, namely that a modern building was built in the place of the northern tower as well. And in the southwestern part, there is a concrete fence, so the size of the yard is decreasing, and we can see the pigsty of the Roma family is also located in the territory of that. So this could have been the picture if we projected on it castle's original premises. But we can see that the internal yard could be still accessible. So we have to ask the question, this is a registered memorial monument. So how come that this could get to this terrible situation? But this could be clarified only through the local government and also through the other organizations, and probably there would be a misunderstanding. I was talking to the officials of the reformed district. They have some specific plans. They also consult with the Teleki László Foundation, but this is only just about the renovation of the church. Of course, that would deserve it for sure, but with regard to the castle, nobody has any plans whatsoever. We were talking to the local government. Now there's a new mayor, but we got a very interesting answer. A classic, I would say, that they support us in everything that we want, but we should not ask for money, which is understandable. But at least now the tone is a little bit more positive when it comes to the current mayor. But as I said, the Szent László Foundation would like to turn this castle would incorporate that into a scientific pathway or walkway. But then again, the reconstruction drawing, the information boards, some maintenance work, well, this is what we would like to do. So what kind of questions does this all raise? So this is inside the church. But we also heard that the Reformed Church was transformed from an earlier building. Some say that this could have been a 13th century dwelling tower, which I do not believe, but archaeological research should be able to decide it. We cannot say it now. But what we can see from the flora, that there is a strange foundation of the tower. So this looks as if this was really a transformed building. And when I was there, basically all the windows and doors were broken into, apparently. So what are the questions and opportunities? Let me get back to the basis of the of the architectural base. Now, there are actually a lot of former owners that we can mention: János Hunyadi, János Dengelegi Pográc, Queen Isabella, Mennyhért Balassa. But this presupposes that here in the premises of the castle, there should have been some really major buildings. I do not think that this could have been a palace, but at least a mansion should have been there. Otherwise, these personalities should not have or could not have used it as their residence. The inside of the courtyard is still free unless the neighbors move in fully. So this could be researched. But another question is that the current Reformed Church is not the same as the Virgin Mary Chapel that got the pardon from the papal, based on the papal document. So the chapel should be there somewhere as well. But what emerges too, so I think it's quite weird that we have this double rampart, because you can imagine that the two walls are about 35 meters long and located 5 meters away from each other. So this seems to be too big of a building, but maybe on that some former buildings were built. So we have much more questions than we have the answers with regard to the Diód fort. But if we start dealing with that, this happened on many, many other locations, the data will get more. We will be able to organize some research work there. And I very much hope and trust that to an extent we will be able to protect its territory as well. But this is a longer and more bureaucratic process. Again, this is a classic situation here. About Diód as a settlement, its first denomination of school was established by György Rákóczi. He was the one who donated the bells as well. And when they were asking for it, so someone borrowed it, but we would like to get back as well. I hope my presentation was not boring, so I'm very happy to answer your other questions during the coffee break. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. ZÓLYA, for your excellent presentation that provided us an overview on the constructions, into the constructions and the historical significance of the constructions commissioned by King Matthias. For us in the Carpathian Basin, it is more than natural to see the ruins of our former castles, but the renovation, maintenance, or perhaps even the reconstruction or rebuilding of these historical buildings could contribute to providing more experience for tourists, students. Perhaps we all would be able more ready to understand our past if we could see more than ruins. Our next presenter, next speaker is DIÓSZEGI. The title of his presentation, Search for a Royal Birthday. It is quite mysterious as for a title, but we will return to King Matthias. His age is uncertain today, even today, especially when we speak about his legal age required for ruling. So right now I would like to turn to Mr. DIÓSZEGI to come to the floor and deliver his presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be able to participate, moreover, deliver a presentation at such a significant conference, international conference on the Middle Ages. So thank you very much for my invitation. So you can see on my slide the age of King Matthias or the birth date of King Matthias is not a historical fact, but it doesn't only refer to King Matthias. In the Middle Ages, people were not, did not regard it as important as today to date their birthdays or the most important events of their lives. So I would like to start my presentation with a question about King Matthias. There were several conferences held on this topic in Hungary, and between the two world wars, there was a special event, commemoration event, and you can see it on my first slide. You can see there was a commemorial year of Matthias of Hunyad. There were several books published on this occasion. In 1943 was the year of the publication. No, 1940. The most outstanding historians were the authors of this memorial book. And when I read these sources, I got very much interested in the question of the age of Matthias. You can see that there are two other books listed on the slide. The 2020 was also a commemorial year. It was the 575th anniversary of Matthias' birth. And you can see 1990, when another commemorial book was published on the 500th anniversary of his death. The date of his death is not an enigma. It is a question answered, but this is not true when it comes to the year of his birth. The starting point of my research was the following. When he took power, there were several appraisals written by different authors. Here I would like to recite a few authors. All historians highlight that he was young, but still very powerful, full of vigor. For example, yesterday our Italian speaker also spoke about his young age, but did not specify this age. Ferenc Szakály, for example, wrote that despite his young age, the king started to create order with surprising vigor. Zsuzsanna Teke writes, despite his young age, Matthias had so many qualities that helped him overcome the difficulties. András Kubonyi calls him a child king. But although I read these sentences, I chose something else as my starting point. We have already heard about Vilmos Fraknói in the 19th century, and when I read his books, I read the following: we cannot define the exact year and day of the king's birth. I also have some personal motivation. I am a historian and a jurist at the same time, and my field of interest is the Byzantine age. It is a quite ignored area. For example, Professor Moravcsik led these Byzantine and Hungarian relations back to ancient times. I work for the University of Szeged, and I also contribute to the second volume on these Byzantine and Hungarian relations. When preparing for this volume, I found a very interesting source from 1439, the General Synod, the Ecumenical Ecclesiastical Union. And when studying this source, I found something that was quite surprising in Hungary. You can see the third picture is the Hungarian translation of this source. I have talked about Fraknói, but let's see the others. Let us start with Antonio Pomfini. We would think that it would be easy to trace the birthday, but Bonfini used one data from the many available data at the time. When we examine this date and other information, pieces of information, we come to a surprising conclusion. 1458 is the year when Bonfini says that the governor is appointed to Matthias, who was 17 years old at the time. Then the other source, or the other place where Bonfini writes, in 1468, virtue and wit was present in the ruler. There was only one thing that was in lack, his age, because he was hardly 27 years old. Then another text about Podjebrad. Bonfini writes the following. Podjebrad didn't want to release Matthias, who was the same age as King Ladislaus. And then comes the next piece of information everyone knows. He died when he was 47 years old in 1443. So it was quite intriguing and interesting why tradition had only one concrete date when Bonfini wrote different dates. Bonfini, of course, wrote his original works in medieval, erudite, sophisticated Latin. And those who used these data or these references did not read him in original, only the translations. And I found another source, Gaspar Heltai, from 1575, who counted the birthday on the basis of Bonfini's writings, and says that Matthias was born in 1443 in the second month of fast, on the 27th day. Yesterday we heard about Galeotto Marzio, and I also read this source. Here we find another date. He was only 14 years old when he was elected king. 1444, another date. But Marzio is consequent. In another place he writes, Matthias was elected king at the age of 14. So again, the date is 1444, so he is consequent, but still this date is different from the other sources. Ludovico Tubero, another author, is one of my favorite authors. We translated his works in Szeged. I would like to mention a short sentence here. Tubero writes about Matthias' death. He shouldn't have been afraid of dying because he was hardly 50 years old. It means 49 for 50. Then we again get a date 1440, 1441. So again, we can see that these are different dates, and we are only talking about contemporary sources. Galeotto Marzio, for example, he was more than a contemporary. he personally knew Matthias. He was staying in his castle, so perhaps they had a personal discussion about his age. And perhaps he should have warned Bonfini about the incorrect date he mentions about this important king Matthias. But as I have already mentioned, we are in the Middle Ages, and thus law is also an important method to define his age. Age of majority in the Middle Ages consisted of two phases. In the first phase, girls and boys had to reach the legal age, in Latin legitima aetas, which meant that they were entitled to participate in legal procedures, they could participate in litigations. And they could also get married. This is the beginning of the legal age. In Hungary was 12 years of age. So litigation was an important factor here. Those who were under this legal age could not be fired against due to the lack of age. The second phase of major age was reaching the complete or perfect age, in Latin perfecta aetas. So this is the full capacity to act today, and it is much older than today. It is the 24th year of age. But we are fortunate enough because Matthias himself declared a few things about his age. There was a letter written by Matthias to Sixtus IV, in which he mentions a certain date. We could suppose that he knows his own age. A translation: from a young age, from the age of 18, I have been the ruler of this kingdom. And so it means that in 1476, he writes that he has been ruling the country. He had been ruling the country since 1440. This letter was dated in January, and we accept that he was born in February. It means that he was past his 18th year, but he was still not 19 years old. I like classical philology, and János Bollok, in his monography on King Matthias, written in 2003, writes the birth of Matthias in 1440 is much more often supported by contemporaries than his birth in 1443. So this is a conclusion based on contemporary sources. Now let's see whether there are any charters which would state or define his age independent from Matthias's statement, because perhaps he intentfully declared a false age when he wrote to the Pope. And this is the source I've found, and This is something that I interpreted differently than the previous researchers. Unfortunately, there is no microphone. The handwriting is very beautiful. So this charter was dated in August 1451. It is a Palatine charter. In modern terms, it is a legitimate charter, an official charter. It is about John Hunyadi. John Hunyadi, János Hunyadi, several times intended to make truce during his period as governor. One of the events in his life was when he wanted to establish diplomatic relations between the despot and the tyrant, and the gubernator through marriage. The despot Brankovic, Garai, the Palatine is present, and Hunyadi is also present. The whole family is present. Ulrich Zille is there, and the protagonists of the whole engagement ceremony are also present. Zille's daughter Elizabeth and John's son Matthias are also present. So this charter was well known. It was part of the Teleki collection, and nobody regarded it as an important source to define the future king's birthday. The charter mentions that Elizabeth, according to the charter, Elizabeth was 10 years old, and he was betrothed with the son of the governor. The date of the future marriage would be the year when Elizabeth reaches legal age, which is the day of Saint Nicholas in 1453, which is December the 6th. So this is a precise definition. And here comes the question. If the birth date or the age of Elizabeth is clear, and it certainly was not an obstacle to the marriage, then why was it impossible? There must have been a lack of age on the part of King Matthias, or Matthias at the time, the governor's son. And although we read word by word the charter, we cannot see any data on his age. So it's as there is no mentioning of his age, we can suppose that he was past his 12th year of age. So that is something that is quite reliable. If Matthias was at least 12 years old in 1451, then we can see the mathematical deduction. So if we we take this chart as the starting point, then if we take the age supposed previously, he shouldn't have been more than 8 years old. In this case, his age should have been mentioned in the charter if Elizabeth's age was mentioned. So I would say Matthias was the son, the prodigy of a usual noble family who was being sold at the time. So if he had been born in 1441, he would have been 8 years old in 1451. If he had been born in 1453, he had been only 10 years old at the time of the engagement. The next important argument, usually most historians reject a certain date that would be very useful. If Hunyadi, when Matthias was elected king, a governor was also elected. The governor's period was 5 years sharp. So Mihály Szilágyi was elected governor for 5 years. So it means that if Matthias was 19-year-old when he took power, he was 24 when the period or cycle or the service of the guardian governor expired. And it means that exactly at the age of 24, he reached his complete or perfect age. And I think this is a very important and significant argument underpinning my opinion. And the final argument that I would like to mention in 1445, a petition was written to Calixtus III. The petition was written by László Hunyadi. What he requested was the annulment of the engagement. He provides some reasoning. I would like to recite that Matthias, who was the brother of the above-mentioned Ladislaus, was 12 years old. Right now, he is 13 years old, and the marriage, the future marriage, was agreed upon due to the lack of age of Matthias. Of course, we should be critical when interpreting this expert. This source suggests that the engagement was concluded in 1454. And if we are in the year of 1453, 1444. Then we come to the date of 1442. But based on the Palatine Charter, we know that the engagement was in 1451. The Pope, of course, didn't know the exact date of the engagement, but Ladislaus Hunyadi only wrote the petition because they wanted to terminate this relation with the already uncomfortable Zillei family. So we could say that it was not because of Matthias, but because of the spouse, because of the bride, Elizabeth, that they could only agree upon a future marriage, because Elizabeth had not reached the legal age of at the time. Thank you very much again, and I do not want to take more time of you, but still I would like to call your attention to the fact that there are certain issues which have not been finalized even today. And such a question is the exact birthday of King Matthias. Thank you very much. Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, we could hear that sometimes a well-documented and much researched era still provides or hides certain facts. Questions arise, and perhaps that's due to the fact that there are so many, so numerous sources. This is also the reason why we should sometimes renew our history books as well, because it is evident that new and new evidences are found. So thank you very much for your presentation, which we can also call an investigative research in the Middle Ages. Right now, the first session is closed and we will have a coffee break. May I just check the time? It's 11:15, and let's reconvene at 11:05, which means you have a 20-minute coffee break. Thank you for your attention.
oldalra meg be tudom tenni. Látom, hogy ott van, papírt ide teszem.
És szerintem annyi, hogy akkor
Ott az idő.
Ez a kérdés, hogy ezzel majd mit kell nyomkozni.
Ezt.
Még kell?
Szerintem ezt kell.
Szerintem?
Mert annyira.
Na jó, oké. Csak ez nyilván lekopott.
Az már nekem.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you to return because we will resume the conference in 1 minute. We will start with the presentation of Matthias DARVAS.
Forgunk, mérnök úr!
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you back at the conference titled the Hunyadi and the Corvin families, organized by the Magyarságkutató Institute. May I kindly request you to take your seats, please. Our next speaker will be Matthias DARVAS, who is a philologist, Institute of the Hungarian Research in Budapest. And in his presentation, he will talk about the testimonies of documents from the Middle Age. In his previous works, he has dealt with such documents which were very important for the research about the Hungarians, the Hungarian Middle Ages, and also that are relevant for the Hunyadi and the Corvin families. If you are all ready, may I kindly request our colleague Darvas Matthias to deliver his presentation. I would like to welcome all of you. And although I also deal with documents from the Middle Ages, but let me correct the introduction that I'm going to talk to you about the letters of Matthias, but not, unfortunately, about its manuscript parts, and not even on a scientific level. And I think that it is more delightful that it is a translation project. And although this is the case, still we try to pay our long overdue debt within the Institute of Hungarian Research. And the subject of this translation project is the foreign affairs-related letters by Matthias. This was published by MIKLÓS MAKOLDI, so you might all guess that this was not yesterday. It was back in 1893 and 95 in 2 volumes based on the collection of MAKOLDI, the collection of the foreign affairs letters by Matthias. If we count back and calculate properly and add this 120-some years, it could be quite surprising that during this time, how come that the letters of Matthias have not been translated as yet? I'm telling our foreign audience or foreign participants that you have to imagine as if Richard Lionheart and 16th of Louis XVI should be merged together and seasoned with a little bit of Robin Hood. So all through the ages and periods, Matthias was not only a popular ruler, but he's also a hero of legends and folk tales. So it is by itself quite surprising that although we can actually take the letters in print in our hands, but no Hungarian translations have been done so far. And now let me talk a little bit about the prehistory of this project. How much I was surprised when 7 and 8 years ago I was actually approached by a researcher and asking me to translate the letter by Matthias. I didn't answer anything to him, but I wanted to double-check because I thought that these were all translated. I was looking, but I couldn't find anything. I double-checked it again, and according to the request, I translated these letters, but my amazement still in me. How come that this was the case? Another major experience that I got happened when I was translating the letter, because that was the time when I encountered the tone and the language of the letters. I had to agree with MIKLÓS MAKOLDI, who wrote that on these letters the genius is quite obvious. It's penetrating, no matter whether we think of the person who dictated it, who wrote it. But yes, behind these letters, we have a ruler, we have a leader whose genius, both in the way these letters were formulated, is having a major impression on today's leaders. But this is the problem. The problem is that today's readers usually do not read in Latin. Of course, there are some exceptions, but my colleague who was speaking ahead of me apparently does. And when we were writing these when he was reading out, I was quite suspicious. How come that these are translated? And it turned out that he translated it for himself. Unfortunately, knowing the history of Latin teaching in the 20th century, I have no illusions whatsoever as to how many people read these letters by Matthias since 1895. I think it's like one digit who can be the number who read Fraknoi's letter, but maybe none. So therefore, it was badly needed that, and I think I can tell it at a conference about the Hunyadi and the Corvin families, that we actually settle this long undue debt of ours. Let us now go through as to what kind of the sources are available for us. This is quite quick, because this is it. There's no more. We have altogether an early 18th century trial that shows that someone in public thinking thought it was important to have the Epistolae Mattia Corvini, and then again it was Vilmos Fraknói whose work we can rely on. And of course, earlier Matthias's letters were considered to be important, and a straightforward proof is that there are some letter epistolae collections that remained. We are very grateful for that, but we can see that for the last time, in a thorough and comprehensive collection was done by Vilmos Fraknói, who, with the special spirit and atmosphere around the turn of the century, devoted all his time and energy so that he and his helping assistants were going out to all the archives, and of course they found a lot of these letters. Unfortunately, however, ever since these, many of these documents got either damaged or ruined or disappeared or got over to some other archives. And of course, I was digging very deep about the facts. But yes, it was the reprint edition by the Napkút Publishing House, which was a reprint edition by Vilmos Fraknói, where Gyula Mayer summarized as to what had happened to Matthias's letters before that. And we can see some more letters as a result of the 1970 Karl Mehring, who found 207 new letters he added to the corpus of the Fraknói material. These are usually all dedicated to foreign affairs, but there were also some letters included in this that were written to Matthias. So we can see that also the Eger fragment at the lower part of the slide is not that important because that only includes 11 letters altogether. Now let's go through the Hungarian translations, and that's going to be even quicker because it was back in 1971 when 27 letters were translated. The volume is not available anymore easily, but even if you try to have a script, even if you were actually paying for the script services, then it was not available, but this is definitely a rarity. There are also some other things that are still available. The 1986 Matthias's letters that has a bigger pool. We could see that 440 Latin and 108 German language letters were published. From that, Piroska Ballér translated 92 letters with some smooth Hungarian. Nevertheless, there were some major errors in it, so the critics of this book are not so positive. So anyway, these are the preliminaries on which we can rely. So quite specifically, what is this project all about that I'm working on? Our first and foremost target was to give a full Hungarian translation of the Fraknói corpus. In a bilingual way. The Institute of Hungarian Research so far issued some sources in which I was working at. They were always setting a very high level from the perspective that if we disseminate the sources, we should also help the researchers to give them a bilingual publication. This would allow transparency also, that the translation can be immediately checked and controlled, because if that's on the other side, then, and if we are lucky, even the lines are on the same level. On the other hand, though, the Latin text is not so easy, however, or the German text. These are not so easy to manage, but still they give a kind of fundament of making the translation even more proper. In the next couple of steps, we will also have the English translation, also bilingually, and I think that we can expect that there's going to be quite a lot of international interest generated, because Matthias is one of the most highly noted Hungarian figure in Hungarian history, who had a major influence not only on the regional but also on the global politics. And an even bigger bite would be, but quite a tasty bite, so it seems, to take stock of the manuscripts that are available. So one would be to include also the Munich letters by Nering, and as a second step, it would be very good to publish a critical issue, a critical publication. Of course, I'm talking to you about the work of many years. Sándor Vékovács, who was a researcher of Matthias and the Age of Humanism, he wrote in the year when I was born that it's been a long overdue debt to publish the critical version of Matthias's letters. And finally, let's dream big, because it would be very good to extend the research to the complete letters, both in terms of the philological processing. We are talking about thousands or tens of thousands of documents. Well, this was also something that Fraknói got threatened when he realized, because he started the work, he classified the letters into 3 groups, because the foreign affairs, especially the diplomatic letters by Matthias that were outgoing, the conquered regions or lands, the Czech and Austrians, and finally the domestic ones. Fraknói was ready with the first group, which were, of course, in some sense wider, in some sense less than today. He couldn't even deal with the second category, but for us the second category is also foreign affairs, because now these are foreign countries like Austria and Czechia. And of course the domestic letters mean a lot of, it's a load of letters which is very difficult to go through. Now, getting to the specificities, based on our plans, the first out of the 2 Fraknói volumes will come out in the first quarter of 2022, which is partly Latin and partly German language translation that we talk about. And as I mentioned, this is going to be a bilingual edition. For the translation from the very beginnings, we thought that it would be worthwhile to start by a software supporting the translation, which as a translator usually apply. And I am one of the Memok fans, and that is why I could immediately start translating it. This, however, required some extra investment, because no matter which kind of software you use for the translations, this is able to translate or manage or process a perfect and correct plain source text. And this was a lengthy process before I could find out the way as to how the Fraknó editions text should be transformed into a proper condition. But now I'm moving quite well, so we are progressing quite well. One of the biggest challenges will be here that the German and Latin language translations, terminology and styles, the solutions and the principles. Well, this should be all agreed upon. Barnabás Szekér, who is an archivist and he's a Latin, an expert on Latin, but he is also an expert of German language documents of that age. And of course, this takes most of our energy as well and requires a lot of investments in time as well, that we could work together with him in synchrony. And now I would like to ask your understanding. I know very well that you have come to participate at a scientific conference, and the next 7 or 8 minutes would be rather a kind of inbred translator, special translator, literary translators workshop. Well, this is what it should be. What it should be considered. But as goes down to the nitty-gritty of the project, so that is why I take the courage to divert and tell you how we touch the text of these letters and how we process them. A famous study in 1970, Tibor Szepesi professor noted that Latin and Greek prose literary translators have a big responsibility, because they are responsible for the greater public out there to translate the classics. And if they do a lousy job, then of course they will take away the will and lust of the people to read ancient literature. I'm appalled to tell you that unfortunately the situation deteriorated since then, because Professor Szepesi said that nothing is more evident that those who are the researchers, who are in the trade, they should read these languages, these works in the original language. Unfortunately, I think that by today, the greater public out there, the size of the greater public out there has decreased. There are less and less people who are driven by their private interests to take in their hands ancient works, and who they can turn to if they have a specific questions, because there's also quite a rare to find those people who can have who can process this in an authentic way. So that is why the translation task has changed a little bit, and that is why I would like to share with you our principles of literary translations, with which we agreed with Barnabás, because at the same time we have to serve the greater audience out there, and also the researchers who would like to work with these sources. There are 3 criteria that I laid down for ourselves, and these 3 horribile dictu are to be meant in this order of importance, as I put it down on the slide. I made a lot of efforts, and this was quite fearful also in the case of the Annales Regnis Francorum and also the Fulda yearbooks. I was really adamant on translating the original one. Sometimes it was really hard and tedious to translate that when, of course, I had to translate into Hungarian text which was not so perfectly written. This is much sweeter than that, because the letters, the style of Matthias's letters are quite powerful, quite to the point, and very enjoyable. The second criteria is the stylistic truthfulness. So what kind of emotions were triggered by the readers of the letter, taking into consideration the requirements for the genre, the habits of the age? These were all that I tried to take into consideration, and I tried to merge myself into that, because I'm actually also separated by 500 years since those letters were conceived, and I have been reading in Latin for the past 30 years. But I wanted to bring home to the others this stylistic level. Of course, I didn't want to push it down, nor did I want to lift it up. And the third is the holy cow of an easy reading style, smooth style. And this is something that I'm also making a lot of efforts. And I think that to be third in the set of the criteria, it's still quite a valuable one. So this is how I did my priorities. And last but not least, let me say a few words to you about the very precise translation which copies the style quite well. But there are some other and higher ambitions of mine as well, because I have been reading Latin manuscripts from the 11th to the 20th century Hungarian and in the Latin language. So that is why I think it is very poignantly important to make a language, to use a language in my work which is quite modern. It is giving back the original one, and of course I cannot hide, because this is a bilingual edition anyway. Nevertheless, I would like to take the courage, and I think it is justified, that in the language I should use such phrases that were used not only by the educated people all through the hundreds of years, but which went into the speech and lingua of some other people as well. But we heard some tripartite quotations, and together with the transformation of the legal system and how the world transformed. But these were phrases that we were using for centuries in the Hungarian, but these all disappeared. I do not want to do archaic translation, but I'm convinced that a word-by-word translation, when someone uses an something instead of my friend, they use our friendship, or instead of brother, our brethren, and these kind of abstract notions. But I think that also in the legal language and in this in our language, we have some words that are not necessarily desueto, but simply obsolete. They disappeared and they fell down as the legal order of the former world died out. So I think that these are worthwhile to be taken into my lingua instead of a more modern but never used phrases should be used, which should need a footnote anyway to explain what they are used for. And now finally, let me say a few words about what it meant for me to translate, and also what happens if we can give these books to someone. What are the various options for research? I think that each and every dissemination of a source is something as if you were given a window to the past, and it gives us the opportunity to get an insight into the life of the people. How much you can recognize Matthias's own hand print on in these letters, because for me it is easier to read these in Hungarian than in Latin. And I do hope that if that's going to be the case, we will make it available for bigger crowds to have an at least subjective opinion about these letters. Sándor V. Kovács noted in one of his studies that it is a childish naivety to think that this would be a kind of royal mirror about Matthias. But if we, even if it's not a Speculum Regis, but as a Speculum Regale, I think by all means, all the letters. Galeotto Marzio noted that Matthias dictated all his letters by himself and he read them through before he sent them away. So we can truly trust that there's nothing in these letters that Matthias would not have agreed with. And even if the 5 very precisely delineable chancellery period, if the style differences could be still obvious, I think there's a homogeneity and a uniformness in these letters. And the next question that emerges here, yes, the authors and the dictating authors' personality should be checked. Last time it was 70 plus years ago when people were dealing with this particular question. But if we give the whole corpus in the hands, then our opportunities would be even wider. And very finally, a very interesting category, also Galeotto Marzio noted that Matthias did not write a letter in Hungarian because the usage of the Hungarian language was not on a proper level as yet. So when we talk about manuscript relics, of course, we have to debate that. But when we check the lingua of these letters, and if we combine that with the question of who the author was, this can give us the opportunity to go in depth with the questions as to when Matthias was talking Hungarian, was he thinking in Hungarian or not? And I very much hope that the German language letter, because the German would be the second language, that can give another dimension to this question. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Darvas. It was an excellent, a really excellent presentation. When in 2019 our institute was established, it was heavily criticized for dealing with Hungarian issues and they asked why another institute was necessary. But these presentations, like yours, prove that indeed we can carry out, perform research on previously unprecedented areas. For example, the correspondence of King Matthias has never been translated into Hungarian. So we are filling the gap, and we are I really hope that we will be able to achieve much more in the future. And right now, I would like to turn to our next speaker, Peter Illik, who works at our institute. He is a teacher of history, besides being a researcher. He faces many difficulties being a teacher, but I, as a father of 4 children, also see that there are problems. My children still learn from the same history books as I used when I was a child. So right now I would like to ask Peter Illik to deliver his presentation on history textbooks used in Hungarian secondary schools, with special focus on the Middle Ages. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome the participants. First of all, I would like to explain the title of my presentation, and then I would like to speak about the theoretical framework of the research. Justice lost. This is a well-known saying in Hungary. This is the author of this saying is Gáspár Heltai from the 15th century. Justice lost is a retrograde statement. We evaluate the past from the present. Gáspár Heltai, who lived in the 17th century, carried out very important research on the age of Matthias. And my colleague who introduced my presentation, he already mentioned, made mentioning of the socialist textbooks that were written before 1990. Unfortunately, the problem is that they are not only old, but they also contain errors. Theoretical framework, 3 slides. My presentation is on reception history. I am not going to enumerate historical events, a chronological order. I am talking about the reception of these events. I used 2 words here, horizontal and vertical. Horizontal means that when an event occurs, it is the event. Since then, we have been talking about it. It's a discourse where we have very many narrative sources. But what is vertical definition? How can we scrutinize or study these sources? We can look at paintings, we can read books, sources, but we can also watch the internet, see the comments, we can read articles, and in addition to that, we can also study our textbooks. So I decided that I would examine the reception of the Hunyadi family in secondary school textbooks. So this is a presentation in a quite limited scope. I only examine textbooks, and the time limit is also here. I'm examining them up to 1990. Secondary school is the term I use here, but in the past 200, 300 years, the educational structure also changed several times in Hungary. So these textbooks were not always called secondary school textbooks, but roughly they are parallel with the term that we use today. Textbook today, when we look at a modern, up-to-date textbook, history textbook, printed in the last 20, 30 years, we can see lots of photos, lots of diagrams, very colorful. But before 1980, it was not the case. When, for example, we look at a textbook from the 19th century, it looks very much like a normal book today. Why is it good for me or for you to examine the way how the image of the Hunyadi family is reflected in the textbooks? when we look at the textbooks of the socialist era, we can see that they serve the purpose of indoctrination. They, of course, reflect the mentality of the author. They reflect the public opinion of the age, and in the best cases, they also reflect the results of science. Unfortunately, the latter one is not always true, according to my, or based on my research. The scientific achievements arrive on the pages belated 20, 30 years later. Why is it so important? I think the mentality of ordinary people are usually influenced by what they studied or learned in school. Very many people finish their studies after the secondary school, so that is really a footprint that they have to live with in the rest during the rest of their lives. Okay, the major aims and methods of my research. What did I deal with and how? First of all, I examined how John Hunyadi, Matthias Hunyadi, and John Corvin are evaluated in the textbooks. So what is the narrative of the textbook? What is the framework of these textbooks in which these historical figures are evaluated and assessed? So analyze the narrative, the key points, and the features. What I did not do was methodological analysis, and I did not analyze the structure of education either, although it is sometimes quite obvious from the content. I also limited the period of my research to the 19th and 20th century up until 1989. What were the results? I wrote a study, and I am talking about my study right now during this presentation, and I also submitted my study to different editorial offices. So naturally, my study, which is 30 pages long, is too long to be able to present it here in detail. So I highlighted only the most important points. If you look at this diagram, you can see what type of textbooks I examined. I tried to pay attention to the same amount of textbooks per period. I will proceed period by period, but in the end I would like to summarize the conclusions. First of all, textbooks before 1867 were my favorites. Everyone would have thought that, would think that they were not concise, they were over-nationalistic. No, this is not the case. They are very detailed and very analytical. The first book I examined or I surveyed was the textbook of Isaias Budai from 1814. The textbook states that John Hunyadi was an impeccable hero, and the textbooks also states that Matthias Hunyadi was a patron of culture. This is the most distinctive feature of the king, and John Corvin is hardly ever mentioned in the textbook. But we will see that this is a common feature of almost each and every textbook. So the two narratives are impeccable hero, John Hunyadi, patron of culture, Matthias Hunyadi. So these narratives reappear in the books before 1867. The next book I studied is Griserius Spánik's textbook from 1833. A new element emerges in the narrative of this textbook, namely King Matthias died and justice was lost. So it is quite interesting to see what Matthias means in the different textbook. József Pécely, 1837. Textbooks were several times republished. I would like to add that I usually did not compare the different editions. This textbook contains 90 pages of Matthias, which is a lot, and 24 pages are dedicated to the assessment of his ruling, his reign. There are no mythical heights in this text. Of course, the style of the language is old-fashioned, but as far as the evaluation is concerned, is stunningly modern and up-to-date. When I compare these textbooks with contemporary ones, I found very many parallel features. So the textbook states that the problems in Hungary originated well before the reign of Matthias. So he took over the rule in a way that he had to face very many inherited problems. The textbook also emphasizes that Matthias imposed new taxes. He's characterized as being hot-tempered and stubborn, but József Pécely, the author, adds that these are features that are required to be able to overcome the internal problems of the country, the internal anarchy, with the help of the Black Army. Matthias was wise not because he was so moral, but the book states, the textbook says that he was just in his governance. He was an excellent administrative ruler. He was one of the greatest general and military organizers of his age, and an additional characteristic feature of Matthias in this textbook is that he was the most fearsome and beloved ruler of his age. Let's see the next textbook from 1861, written by István Bocsor. This textbook already presents in full details the story of Titus Drogovic, the hero who sacrificed his life. I'm not very much interested whether this story is true or not, whether Titus Dukovic was called Tudos Digovic or not, what was his name. But the essence, the most important thing is that this topic appears not only in the textbooks at this age, but also in other objects of art. The author states in his 12-page long evaluation that Matthias was a child of Hungarian spirits. He adds that he was able to control and subdue the Hungarian oligarchs and the folk tale topos of Matthias traveling throughout the country in disguise, which is a legendary story, appears in the textbook. Now let's see a next period, the textbook in the dualist age. They are rather diverse. It is also important that they pay much attention to Matthias, although less than previously, and again, John Corvin is hardly mentioned. The different versions of stories, like the one about Titus Dogovic, Dunun Bell, Matthias traveling in disguise, the king being elected on the ice on the frozen Danube River, all appear on the pages of this textbook. I selected a citation from Hendrik Marszali. He exercised an almost tyrannical rule or power by the full authority of the nation. It was important to emphasize the word nation, because during the Horthy era, textbooks fully elaborates this notion. This time our country became the shield of Europe, and John Hunyadi became the greatest hero. So this is the Horthy era's narrative: shield, hero, nation, national unity. Matthias the Just, in the Horthy era, loses its folkloristic feature, the king traveling in disguise, but a more scientific term is introduced, the king as a reformer of jurisdiction. And again, John Corvin is hardly mentioned. Before the Horthy era, the narrative also emphasized these narratives: shield, hero, national unity. Then it was intensified during the Horthy era, but in the socialist era, it almost completely disappears. Domokos Kossári from 1945. You can see the exclamation mark here. Why? Hungary, before 1945 and 1948, transformed the complete ideology and the regime. So the real era of socialism started in 1948. So I wrote this. I just put this exclamation mark here to indicate that the socialist turnover is not complete in 1945. I would also like to recite a sentence from this textbook. Great defensive war against the Sultans, the Ottoman Sultans' imperialism. Yes, in this era, at the beginning of the socialist era, they had to decide whom they dislike the most, foreigners or Hungarian endeavors. They decided that the Ottoman Empire represented imperialism, whereas Hungary was the great defensive the location of the great defensive war. John Hunyadi, although was an aristocrat, which was despisable at this era because of his wealth, but the socialist textbook explains this problem with him by stating that he used his wealth for the good of the country. So now we can see the terminology of socialism, imperialism, class struggle. Totosdigovic and the Nobel is missing. Matthias allied with the common nobles against the barons. It is quite questionable, but it is indeed true that he used common nobles in the public administration. They were very effective. They had to explain why Matthias fought against Christian states. The reason was the Habsburg expansion. Matthias the Just does not appear, and I'm sorry for writing again, but John Corvin is not mentioned, but this is really simply astonishing. The next textbook I would like to analyze is Géza Eperjes's and Benszédy's book from 1967. It had a great impact on the 70s and 80s. The whole education system was unified in the socialist period. So what we can see that what we should highlight is the lack of phraseology, no socialist vocabulary, repeats Koshary's textbook, fight against the Ottomans. Matthias is characterized by this, and centralization. This is also typical of his rule. So the whole narrative or content is simplified. I have almost reached the end of my presentation. I have arrived in to the 1990s. Due to my age, this was the textbook I studied from, Maria Walter's book from the end of the 20th century. The change of the regime occurred in 1989. It is very interesting. It is similar to 1945 when the regime change was just occurring, so it was not finalized. Again, we are a little bit still in the socialist era, but the changes have already been launched. When we analyze the text, we can see that the content didn't change much. John Hunyadi was a baron, but used his wealth for the good of the country. Matthias formed an alliance with the common nobles against the barons, and centralization. Titus Dagovic is not present, and the known Bell re-emerges, and this is the narrative that we still use today. John Corvin is mentioned in 3 lines in relation with the succession to the throne that he failed. I would like to conclude my study, and I would also like to speak some parts of my study I was not able to fully explain here. So every secondary textbook is unique due to the difference in the authorship. Of course, each and every textbook would like to meet the requirements of the age, of the expectation of the educational policy. The time frame, the selection of the time frame supported my purpose to be able to detect the trends. Textbooks are getting shorter during this period. Certain narratives or stories or toposes, historiography is quite critical about re-emerge. It is quite surprising that, with the exception of the language, textbooks before 1867 could be regarded as the most modern, up-to-date. We arrive from the consideration of Matthias as a Christian national hero to a more objective narrative. I wouldn't say that these are objective texts, but they at least strive to achieve the image of objectivity. Matthias is just, with his death, justice was lost, was the original narrative, and in the end we arrive at Matthias as the absolutist ruler. And one more conclusion, John Corvin is rather ignored. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. The textbook, my study also analyzes or tries to answer the question why John Corvin is hardly ever mentioned in these textbooks. But due to the lack of time, I was not able to share these details with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Illik Péter, who is working for the Research Center for History, Institute of Hungarian Research, Budapest. I was thinking what to add to it, but the main lesson is that kids always complain how much they have to learn and study and how much burdened they are. And I know it as well, that this is true. It would be worthwhile to teach something to them which makes sense. And then also the material would be better. So if we get back to the fact that in the 19th century, at least they had to read 90 pages about King Matthias, they would probably know more about it than kids today. So thank you very much. And so that we should know more about the siege of Belgrade, Nádorfehérvár, and for whom the bells toll, I would like to ask Valentin Cseh from Zalaegerszeg, working for the Hungarian Oil and Gas Museum, to deliver his presentation about the siege, about which he also wrote a book in 2016 at the 560th anniversary of the siege. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all here and in the online space. This castle is the fortification of the country through which one can get into the country the easiest. Many times the Turks wanted to occupy this fort so that they could have a way out and in from Hungary. This is Giovanni da Tagliacozzo, the Franciscan priest, wrote about it. And the summary of that, very good, of whom is very good, and sheds a light on why it was important to occupy Nádorfehérvár, Belgrade, why it was of key importance so that Hungary could protect and defend this fortification. I would like to tell you about this triumph which happened in 1456, but I would also like to outline how we got to this particular victory. First and foremost, I would like to say a few words to you about the southern system. By the second part of the 14th century, it became quite obvious for the Hungarian elite that the fight against the Ottomans, especially the Nikápoly defeat in 1396, will not simply create such a position like the Mongol invasion was, that it was stopped after a while. But here the country needed to protect itself for a longer period of time, and we also wanted to protect or to keep our way of influencing the Northern Balkan. But then it was also transformed, so we had to protect and defend our borders. In order to make it happen, a fortification system was built in the time of Sigismund, and based on the 1426, the Tata Treaty opted that we also have to have this system. So from Szörény Castle down to the Adriatic Sea, it was an 800 to 900 kilometers protecting and defending. In the Hungarian literature, after Szakály Ferenc, we call it a double-line defense system. But his theory should be modified, because truly there are two fortification lines. There are the bordering towns like Nándorfehérvár or Szendrő for a period of time, or Szörényvár, but behind these border castles there is a kind of fortification line. This is roughly there where Szakály describes the second line. So maybe this double fortification system should be modified, and we talk about the 50 to 100 kilometers way of fortifications that try to screen and defend themselves against the Ottoman attacks. But we also should say a few words about our main hero. Already at the time of Sigismund, the spreading of the Turks and the Ottomans caused a big problem, and the king could not reach good results in battles. But under Hunyadi, this changes. So when Hunyadi emerged in the scenery, the Ottoman policy of the Hungarians and their fight against the Turks took a new boost. And when we talk about the results, of course, we shouldn't say that they could have breakthrough results. Only two sieges should be highlighted, the 1443-44 long siege, or the 1919, some others in the 1990s, but in 1444 Varna and 1448 other sieges, we were losing. But it could still be proven that if there is a unification of forces, we could see and we could prove that yes, we could stop the Ottomans taking the territories. And that is why Hunyadi's importance came up, which was then, of course, coming to full bloom in 1456. Let me say a few words about the castle. This is at the confluence of Duna and Sava rivers, and about 15 hectares of area. So this is where the citadel is located. You can see it in this picture, and you can see on the top there is a huge tower. So on the top there's a larger tower, and there is a quadrangle-shaped top castle. There is a higher tower, and inside this is a dwelling tower, which was called Nebojsa, don't be afraid, in Serbian. Of course, it has Köles torony or Köles torony in Hungarian. This was important because here there was a bell when they were counting, when the cannonballs were shooting. And at the confluence of the two rivers, there was the mill tower. Behind it, there is a military port. And there is also a southwestern part. So this is the lower town where the civilians lived. This was a kind of trade center. This also had a port. And at this reconstruction drawing, you can see that there is a cannon tower at the Danube entrance, and at the top, between the top and the lower town, there is a triangle-shaped fortification. So this is what this fort looked like, or castle looked like, in 1456. It was 15 hectares, but it showed back in 1421, when they were the Ottomans were not able to occupy it then. So occupying it was not simple, and it made the life of the Ottomans difficult. And especially there was a siege lasting for months in 1440, but SZABÓ actually wrote a book about it as the first one, so we should remember this. And let me say a few words about the Hungarian and the Ottoman powers. In the Hungarian military, there was some transformation going on after 1397, after the Temesvár Parliament. So into the Hungarian army, the cavalry and the infantry took a more important role, and especially forgotten is the warfare new innovations of the Sigismund period, and also taking over the novelty warfare equipment like the Bellifortis written by Konrad, who was also the participant of the Nikápoly battle. So there were lots of things happening during the time of Nikápoly, which created the fundaments that in this period we do have some excellent results. And we should be noting that when he went to the Sigismund coronation, he also went with him, and he could stay in Italy and could study from close up the innovations in the military techniques. So about the Ottoman military, we could say that they were way ahead of all the other militaries in Europe, a well-organized, logistically very well supplied professional army. That's what they were. And with them, the European army had to compete, which was not easy. The Hungarian army at that time could have stepped up against all the Christian powers of the time, because we could see it how well Matthias reached good results against the Austrians, but the Ottomans were completely different. So it was at that time they were very much ahead of everyone. Of course, they needed time for that, but it shows that the Hungarian state was really making a lot of efforts above all what they could, and finally we could reach the good results. The Ottoman siege in 1456, of course, we shouldn't say that we never expected it, because actually Constantinople also fell. And after that, we can say that in Hungary, but in all the Christian Europe, it was quite obvious and evident that the Ottoman Empire is again going to attack north and attack Hungary, because the only big power in this region with whom they had to settle, it was Hungary, in order to be able to have their power on Balkan. And the threat from Hungary, despite the fact that in most of the battles the Ottoman Empire reached the results, but still they could resolve that they have a situation in which Hungary is not threatening the Ottoman Empire. So this was a logical step, that they liquidate all the countries and states in the Balkan and come to terms with Hungary about the war that had been going on for decades. It was in the fall of 1455 that next year the Ottoman Emperor wants to attack Hungary. Hungarians got information that Mehmed II was building a fleet, 64 bigger boats and 150 galleons. And around Skopje, they started to cast cannons. It all showed that something was about to happen. The Hungarian government also reacted. In March of 1456, the Hungarian parliament assembled and agreed that they should launch a siege against the Ottomans. But on April the 7th, information came from Ragusa and from elsewhere as well that the Sultan decided to attack Hungary. Since then, the situation changed abruptly because one thing became important: to organize the defense of the country, which was not as easy as it may sound, because who might sound that when the king gives out the order that the Hungarian military should come together and they should go into war, who should contradict that? In 1456, the same thing happened that happened in 1444, that the central power to certain extent left Nándorfehérvár behind. It happened again in 1521. But before criticizing the king, we should not do it, because also him, but others as well, but also from the papal legate, who and the Papa did everything in order to alert the empires of the Christian Europe. It was the Napoli emperor who sent 15 boats to the Adriatic Sea. Papa Ludovico Attica Patriarch, they set up a 25 galleon fleet with 5,000 artillery, but these were down in Ostia. But the Pope also entered into helping Hungary. So maybe this is just Deus ex machina, that when the Pope forbade the collection of the decimals. We cannot say actually that the Christian emperors of the time were so adamant to help, but of course this has also the negative experience of losing the battle at Nikapoi in 1396, but we still got some help. But this was a kind of grassroots help, and it was in the Christian armies from Polish, Austrian and Czech powers. Hundreds of people were joining the Crusaders and trying to come to Hungary and help. But as the king also left the country, according to the contemporary legend, the ruler went for the hunt. But this is unfair against László V. I think that this history also includes the German Roman Emperor Frederick III, who had some family conflicts about the Austrian estates, but Ladislaus V had a lot to do on that area. Still, it does not give the redemption that in a very severe situation of the country, he left his country. He should have stayed. He should have supported Hunyadi, even if he just stayed at Buda Castle and did not physically participate in the battle. Nevertheless, there were some lords who participated in the mobilization. Újlaki, Korogyi, Kanozsai, and Rozgonyi have to make a special mention. But a lot of people stayed behind. I thought that Hunyadi should resolve the issue as he can, and then we'll see what happens. But we'll see what happens in the case of the war. It's not a situation that pays off. So we could set up an army of 12,000. They started to recruit the Crusaders, and at the beginning of May, from Drinapoly through Sofia, Mehmed II started to attack Hungary. Let me say a few words about the size of the Ottoman army. From 70,000 to 200,000. This is depending on how you use the sources, whether you look at early or later chronicles. So one might say that by today, these huge data, these huge numbers are, I think, much less. So I think about 30,000 could be the realistic number of the Ottoman Empire, Ottoman army's size. But if you take into consideration that in 1521, led by Suleiman, they also coming to Nándorfehérvár at 30,000 troops, which was coming from a report to the British Chancellor, and within that troops, the actual military force was not as big as that. So for us, it sounds much better that Hunyadi defeated an Ottoman military of 200,000 people, but this is the propaganda which prevails in each and every war also nowadays. So we cannot help. This is how it developed. And basically, by the beginning of June, the Ottomans reached Hungary, and in the middle of June, they started to siege Szendre for a couple of days. Branković described to Hunyadi that they did the duty. They defeated the Sultan, and the Sultan was moving on. It was quite easy. They tried to occupy that from as they went, but it was not a weak place. And finally, the Turkish fleet at July reached Nándorfehérvár. July the 2nd reached Nándorfehérvár. This was quite an interesting period because the Crusaders' recruitment was stopped because of some food and alimentary supply shortages, but they had enough Crusaders already who could be sent to Nándorfehérvár. In fact, they just arrived with these Crusaders to the castle, and Szilágyi still had the opportunity to get out Kapisztrán and some his brethrens. And then the week following July the 2nd, the full Ottoman Empire was lined up in the region south of Nándorfehérvár, and they started to shoot at the castle. So the only direction from the attack for the attack was possible from the hills from the south. They could have attacked from the north as well, but here the Ottomans made a very major strategic error. Konstantin Mihailović, a Serbian author, wrote about it, who at this time served as a janitschar in the Ottoman Empire and had certain information. So he thought that the Sultan, but some others say that Karaca Pasha, thought that under the Zemun region, where the Crusaders were camping later, maybe some Turkish troops should be overthrown there. It's not enough. If in the height of Zemun, the Danube should be closed. So this mistake was not committed in 1521, but they did commit this mistake in 1456. How much they admitted, the Turks quite soon admitted, because in 1492, the Szendrei Beg made a blueprint of the castle, by various measurements that he took, and here and there they could already summarize all the experience that they had gathered before. But here, to our great luck, whether there was a conflict between the pashas and the sultans, but luckily the Turks did not overthrow troops from the Szerémség. They only stayed south of the castle, and they stayed with their fleet. Well, this was our great luck. And that was the reason why we could resolve this siege quite easily. Nevertheless, this caused quite a headache for those who were defending. But at the end of the siege, the southern wall system, especially the northern wall, could be ruined. But a lot of cannons went from the upper town to the lower town. So the military overshot these. So the damages were scattered. They could not fully ruin the war system. But the first days, and that a saving army could not come, that caused a lot of damages, and that created danger that they were not able to withstand till Hunyadi's troops would be coming, which was in process already because Hunyadi realized, and he was actually following the Ottoman power, and from the Temesvar, and then at Pétervárad, he met with Kapisztrán, and they agreed about the rest, because by that time about 15,000 to 20,000 crusaders came together who were trained in a couple of days to a certain extent. And then they decided how they will be able to protect this. And this was a water military attack. This happened on July the 14th. And this battle took place north of Zemun. There was the Ottoman fleet, as you can see. And the day before, Hunyadi sent a message so that those little boats should be sent behind the Turks in the proper moment, and they managed to collect about 200 boats. And then on July the 14th, a really lethal battle started that showed actually that the Ottomans were not pulling up their boats properly because they could not defend them. Because they were there, in the middle there were the Crusaders, and on the other side it was Hunyadi and his teams were protecting. So this was a killer game, and they managed to lock down the fleet's way, and since that point, for Hunyadi it was easy to bring in some troops to the castles, because with these castles they strengthened the power of those who were defending, and the siege had a better outcome. The Turks were shooting until July the 20th, and Karancsa Pasha died, and the Sultan made them stop to shoot at the castle, and they prepared themselves for the big battle, which happened the next day, 21st of July. They both armed troops prepared themselves, who were just standing in front of vis-a-vis each other. This happened around 5 p.m. Until then, they were all the military standing in full armaments, and if you can imagine that in the summertime how hard it could be, and then this lethal battle that started from 5 p.m. and lasted until 5 in the morning. Of course, you can see that all these conflicting powers were having were making a great job. Dugovic Titus should be mentioned here. We mentioned him beforehand as well. Based on the current findings of history, he was, this is the biggest hack of Hungarian history, nearly 200 years, some people in Vas County hacked Hungarian history. This is not that Dugovic did not exist, who threw himself down with the Turk who wanted to put a Turkish flag on the castle, because even Wolf writes about it, but we do not know his name. This is a kind of make-up story, so it's not whether he was called Dugovic Titus or he was called differently, but rather it is the heroic self-sacrifice, a heroic self-sacrifice in the case of a battle when protecting a castle. This happens all the time. So from our perspective, this still shows that although we know that Dugovic Titus is a non-existent person and his name we could put in inverted commas, but his personality was still very much intertwined with the story of Nádor-Fehérvár. And if that happened, we should not omit it and we should not forget about it, even if we make a side note that this is not how he existed, how he lived, because what we know, this is the most important. And then again, with the changing intensity, Hunyadi could either push out the Turks or not, and when this aforementioned event happened, then the Ottoman troops were already at the gates of the citadel. So what we can say that it was just a matter of moments whether they can intrude into the citadel, and then, of course, the castle could not be kept up. There were always some others coming from the Crusaders' camp. They could see, some people could see Kapisztrán János, that he was praying in one of the towers. That also gave power to the defendants, and of course that also helped them to push out the Turks. But that also played a very important role, that the upper town was, there was arson in the upper town, so it burned down, and that created a panic among the Turks. So the Turks retreated. Mehmed had to make an order among his soldiers, but he managed to do it quite quickly. Since then, in both countries, there was armistice, and Hunyadi gave out in a separate order that nobody should bully the Turks, otherwise they would attack again, because they knew that the castle cannot withstand any attacks like that again, so that we should rest in peace. But there were a lot of crusaders in the camp below Zemun, and they said that they don't mind whoever tells them anything. And some went out, escaped from Nádor-Fehérvár, and drove away some smaller Turkish groups. And some of the crusaders tried to cross the Sava River, and they all were approaching the Turks, which is a very rare event in terms of military history, very it is unprecedented in military history that a small troops without any arms, they made the best level, the most advanced army run away. And Szilágyi was asking that the Crusaders not to attack, but they realized that they did not take his advice. So he decided to take the controlling position. So it was Szilágyi who was already noting it to some others as well. And actually on the 22nd of July, because of sheer chance, Hunyadi had to intervene, because he managed to make the Crusaders managed to make the Ottomans run away, a part of them, and then relatively quickly for Hunyadi managed to break out from the Nádor-Fehérvár, and they managed to occupy the Turkish artillery And then there was a legend that they turned around the cannons and they started to shoot at the Turks. But of course, they could turn away only very small cannons because during this time, the cannons were dug into the earth. So this legend sounds very good that they immediately turned around the cannons and started to look at the Turks. But this is just a legend. It's not true. Luckily, and owing to Hunyadi, they managed to release the Ottomans from Nádor-Fehérvár. The Sultan was also injured, and as a result of the sheer chance and a series of unintentional moves, they managed to win. And on the 22nd, Hunyadi thought that the Turks will still occupy, but Kapisztrán was already writing victory reports to the Pope and all the others. Hunyadi was still quite cautious, but by the 23rd, it turned out, after daybreak, that the Turks retreated. The Sultan was taken injured to a nearby castle, and then he only near Sofia could make order among his troops and the retreat to Constantinople. From the Hungarian perspective, the aftermath of the siege is quite interesting because there were two important people, Hunyadi and Kapisztrán. They died following the siege, and such internal political problems were generated. Taking advantage of Hunyadi's death, Urek Cilai was killed in the castle. So that this caused a problem later on. We could not take advantage of the of the potential that was in the victory. We could only reach that in the next 65 years, the Sultan could not attack Hungary, which was very important for us because the Hungarian Renaissance could prosper and a prospering country could live under the Jagelló. And the bell, the toll of the bell at noon, it's also a legend. The papal bull came at the same time, and that is why the Hungarian historical facts were washed together. Hundreds of years later, in the Vitez Lieutenant, Zrínyi said that by the time Hungary should have become an Ottoman part of the Ottoman Empire if there was no Hunyadi's battle. So 565 years after that, I can only say that we are very, very proud of it, and I very much hope that also our descendants will be very proud of what has happened at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation on the siege of Belgrade, the whole process, how the triumph was achieved by the Hungarians. I must confess that I was the head of the excavation of the castle of Tokaj, spreading over 4 hectares. But now I can see that the Belgrade excavation site is much bigger, 14 hectares. The siege of Belgrade is something that I have not visited yet, so perhaps we could do that together. Right now I am turning to the last speaker of the conference, Csaba Hidán, who works for the Institute of History. He was sitting here in the room in the full armor of a soldier from the siege of Belgrade. He is a university teacher at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Institute of History of the Kirill Gáspár Reformed University of Budapest. So he will speak about the armaments of the Hunyadi family and the Turks, the Ottomans in the 15th century.
Tisztelettel köszöntök mindenkit.
I would like to welcome everyone with great respect and thank you very much for the invitation, Director General. I have been participating since the beginning and it was highly interesting. I've been dealing with military history for 30 years. The second half of the 15th century is represented, or rather to say, worn by me right now. The vestige I'm wearing now is an authentic copy of the armament or West used in the 15th century. I think it is very important to try out these weapons in practice. Is very important, and not only in a surreal environment, but you should try them out in every possible circumstances that were typical of the age. When we look at Hungary, we can say that this is the center of the universe for us, as it is in Middle Europe. But when you look at it from the west, this is the end of the west. When you look at it from the east, it is the end of the east. So being in this special geographical location also meant that Hungary had to continuously fight against different enemies arriving from different directions, from the east, from the west, and these attacks sometimes jeopardize the mere existence of the state. Until the 16th century, no enemy was successful in occupying Hungary and in jeopardizing the existence of the state. The Hungarian army was capable to fight off enemies from the east, wearing Eastern armaments, and was also able to expel enemies arriving from the west. How much did we adopt from the west? This is a question that is often asked. An army is never good because they adopt certain things from another army. Usually these adoptions never occur one-sidedly. There are mutual influences in reality which are more than natural. Fight or during fight, when an army faces an army with more effective weapons, the first thing they wish to do is somehow to procure these armaments, these weapons. So interrelations, mutual influences are nevertheless very frequent. Mobility, defense, armor, and shield warding are very important. These are the three most important things that are necessary to be effective as a military army. There is another thing, an army also needs to be able to defend the country, and that's a suitable hinterland, a hinterland that provides moral, financial support for the army. When the soldiers feel the motivation, and when they feel the expectations, they will endure all difficulties. Why was Matthias's army or John Hunyadi's army so effective? So these three principles prevailed throughout. And we should also see where and how John Hunyadi studied military technique. How could he become such an effective soldier? The first school he attended was Csáky's military school from Transylvania. He was a secular bowman, and Hunyadi there he learned there how to fight as an easy cavalier in a steppe manner. In the second camp, he learned how to enter into a partisan fight, which means irregular fight among the mountains. The ban of Macho was the ban who deployed him at the border regions, and there he could study the military manner of the Ottomans as well. And then he got to the court of the ruler of the king, where he acquired knowledge about the courtly manners and also the heavy cavalry technique. Then he served Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan, and he got to know how to defend cities and castles and how to occupy cities, towns, and castles. The most urbanized part of Europe at the time was northern Italy. And in 86, John Hunyad fought against the Hussites, who also used chariots at the time. In the end, we can state that Hunyadi learned from the best. Bowmanship, Eastern technique from the settlers. Bachu Ban taught him how to fight at the borders. Then in Milan, he learned how to occupy and defend fortresses and castles. And he also learned about the important role chariots played in the fights of the era. John Hunyad was aware of the fact that the key to success is to be in the right place, in the right time, and with the right weapons. We should never accept the simplified opinions who say that heavy cavalry is the decisive factor in a successful fight. The heavy cavalry that was used so effectively by the Russians in the Second World War failed during the Hungarian Revolution in 1956. Stalin used tanks successfully, but the Hungarian revolutionists were able to defend themselves against the same tanks in 1956. Hunyadi had light cavalry, heavy cavalry, and he had light and heavy infantry and also chariots. I studied historic contemporary sources, historic sources, but at the same time I also studied legal sources, for example, the decree of Russia, the registrum, for example, which was issued in 1436, and it contained detailed provisions on the military technique to be deployed by the Hungarian army. Then I relied on the letter written by Garai to the Palatine. I just mentioned a few sources I used. More important were for me the contemporary pictures. These are very important because they reveal how these weapons were used and applied at the time. 1411, the coat of arms of István Bocskai. We can see a knight in the coat of arms in full armor, and we can see that his leg is bent on the horse, which was completely different in the case of a Western horseman. I work in summer camps, or I just teach children in summer camps. Yesterday was a famous anniversary, and this is the reason why we were in full armor yesterday in this summer camp. Then 1488, another picture of a coat of arms. Then another one 20 years later. The paintings about Saint Ladislaus are also very important because most of them were painted in the 15th century and depict the contemporary usage of the weapons. We can see in one of the pictures Hungarian soldiers in the infantry, and we can see that they wear their weapon on the right-hand side as they wear their bow on the left-hand side. And here we can reconstruct the ancient steppe manner of fight. They kept throughout the previous traditions. They kept many good weapons that proved so efficient in ancient fights. Another important source is a tomb grave from 1433. That's the grave of Stibor Vojvodina, where we can also see the depiction of knights or soldiers of the time. And if we also examine another graveyard far away in the present area of Romania, we can see the same depiction. In 1441, when there was the siege of Belgrade, Hungarians often raid out from the fortress, and thereby they disturbed the siege. They used infantry and light cavalry. This was the most effective. The source also mentions they sent a message with the use of the bow. It was a military message about the trick the Ottomans wanted to use. We also know that they used other techniques. They start on the back of a horse, and then they just climb off or descend from the horse and continue fighting in a steppe manner. When we look at sources from the age of the Hungarian occupation, we can also see that Hungarians try to pursue the enemy as long as as it is possible for long kilometers. The Turkish invasion is so rapid in Transylvania that the king was unable to collect enough soldiers. But then it is a good lesson for him, and John Hunyad then decides to reorganize his army. And this clearly indicates his military genius. He uses a defeat to make something for the development. In a mere time, in the short time of 2 days, he is able to change the fate of the fights. Just because he learned from his mistakes. And also we should take into consideration the psychological effect, influence of his change. The Ottomans were fair and were proud of their victory, were satisfied with the results, and in 2 days' time, they are defeated. And even in sport, it's very difficult, but try to imagine that in a real fight, which will decide upon your life or death, how influential the sudden change must have been. Pegler Beg is another example when the Ottoman army is not controlled by the Sultan himself. Here again, John of Hunyad achieves a glorious victory, then chases the enemy for long kilometers, well beyond the peaks of the southern Carpathian basin. It is even a long journey by car. We also know that John of Hunyad got information that he would be killed in one of the sieges, and thus he changes his clothes and fights in a disguise. He used spies. Budapest, Tarazagora are in a 1,000 kilometer distance from one another. And now I'm talking about a route of 658 kilometers. 628 kilometers. The Hungarian army was able to walk this route in 2 months. Calais and Crécy, the distance is 105 kilometers. The British army was able to overcome this distance also in 2 months' time, although the surface was almost flat in this case, whereas John of Hunyad's army during winter time was able to walk 628 kilometers in a mountain terrain. I've already mentioned the importance of mobility. That was really very decisive. General Moltke says that there are no coincidences in war. Only those armies could be lucky enough in a long period of time which are well prepared. We know that John of Hunyad, Corvin, John of Hunyad encourages his soldiers before the sieges, and once he stated, be not afraid of the enemy who are more in number. Those who had their breakfast with me will have their supper with me if they win. He, for example, once gave an order that the army should be followed by chariots so that the Turks, the Ottomans, could not circumvent the Hungarian army. The number of the Ottoman army was sixfold of the Hungarian, and still the Hungarians were able to prolong the battle for one whole day. I have been fencing for 30 years. I have 2 trainings every week, but the maximum length of the time I can constantly and continuously use my weapon is 12 minutes. So on this day, both the Ottomans and the Hungarians were very tired. In 1848, we hear about cannons, and we also know that in Steyr land, the Hungarians used Eastern technique. In the Balkans, in a siege with the Ottomans, both parties used light cavalry and bowmen. I do not know whether they fought in pairs, but we know that in the 14th and 15th century it was quite common. The Turks used to say that there is only one courageous nation in the world, and that's the Turks. But later, when they got to know the Hungarians, they corrected it, saying that there are 2 courageous nations, the Turks and the Hungarians. So I don't know how often they had duels, but quite probably there were tete duels in the beginning, and it was only then that the cavalry, the light and heavy cavalry, were involved. It was a very tiring experience. The siege lasted very long, and there were ups and downs due to the state or the state of fatigue of both armies. In Upper Hungary against Brathwaite, first John Hunyadi was not successful, but later he takes his own soldiers against these mercenaries in the northern part of Hungary, and with his own faithful soldiers he is already to be able to achieve victory. For example, they also use military tricks. They block certain small rivers and flood fortresses in Zalina. in 1455, perhaps this is the most relevant report on the Eastern style of fight used by the Hungarians. In 55 at Khrushchev, local voivodines attack the Turks and request the support of the Hungarians. In the early hours of the next day, they think that they will have to fight only the local enemy, but all of a sudden they see the flags of the arriving Hungarian army of John of Hunyad, and that's the shock for them. They are defeated, the Beg is occupied, and the whole environment is devastated. The written sources also reveal that they had their camps on the fields, whereas in the winter the local population had to welcome or host them in their houses. The second decree from 1435, we know that after every 33 peasants, one bowman is required from the nobleman. So they have to give one bowman per every 33 peasants. Saber, for example, the weapon they used is a very difficult word to be translated. Unfortunately, sabers did not exist in antiquity, so thus we do not have the Latin original. So instead of saber, we could also say sword. But nevertheless, this is the weapon. These soldiers should be equipped with. If a landlord had less than 33 peasants, then 3 landlords had to provide 1 soldier together. There are detailed instructions on alimentation, on prices to be used, instructions on military transportation of food. So this decree from 1435 regulates the price of military transport. And then there is a whole chapter on punishment. King Matthias in 58 in the Szeged parliamentary session also issued certain instructions. Due to the lack of time, I cannot show you the exact details that we can admire in paintings, but I would like to show the standard equipment on myself. You can see my special helmet, and also you can see my shirt. They are all scaled. This is a very sharp knife, so you can see that it cannot be cut through, and also sabers cannot intrude. My helmet, also with skate, is a very effective defense, but I wouldn't try it with this, because the strength of the blow would concentrate on one tiny spot, although my helmet would almost remain intact, but my skull would be injured, perhaps fatally. Here again, my bone would broke. So that's the reason why I show you this weapon that was extremely dangerous. This is perhaps even more effective. The blow is very dangerous. So this weapon is more dangerous than the mace. My main weapon is the saber. This is a composite Asiatic bow. This is an authentic copy that was made, prepared on the basis of contemporary paintings. You can see that it is easy to draw when I'm on foot, but I can also use it on the back of a horse. Of course, I couldn't pull it from the bottom, but that would be the movement on the horse. The way I draw this saber is a way whereby I do not hurt the neck of my horse. If I sat on a horse right now, I wouldn't be able to approach my enemy due to the length or the distance between us. So this is the reason why I would move like this. Many people hold the saber of the horse like this because they could cut their hands. You should always hold the internal part. Here, this way I can avoid an accident when, for example, the horse mistraps. And my weapon to attack is a composite Asiatic bow. This is an ancient weapon. Although in the 14th century, end of the 14th century, Hungarians started to use Ottoman-style bows, they more often relied on these ancient weapons. You always use it on your belt, and you have this is the way how you use it, always from the right. Look at my hands, how I use my fingers. So the arrow is always on the right. The Central Asian technique is different. It is also depicted on 2 paintings, and this is the movement, Asian style. Medieval Hungarian military history is a series of lectures in 1 semester at our university. With my short presentation, I wanted to pay tribute to the virtue of John of Hunyad, although in his grave it is carved with his death, the light of the world disappeared. I would just deny it. His light is still with us as we remember him.
Thank you very much for Hidan Csaba for this very spectacular and unbelievably well summarizing presentation about the tricks of the warfare in the Turkish time Hungary and also about the weapons. And I have to confess you that I dealt a lot with this period, but I have never ever seen and heard anyone summarizing it so well. And with this, we have come to our two-day-long to the end of our two-day-long conference. And with this, I would like to ask my own section, and may I kindly request Dr. Gábor Lugosi Horváth, the Director General of the Institute of Hungarian Research, to deliver his presentation of closing. Thank you very much for the floor. For a while, I was actually thinking as to what would be the important thoughts that I would tell you as a closing, and I also know that a closing word is usually, a closing part is usually very, very short. Let me start with the second day. The second day was much shorter, but it was not at all less than yesterday long conference day. The first word should be the word of thanks to our speakers from abroad and from Hungary for having accepted our invitation and that they came and delivered their presentation at this scientific conference, at the international one, and delivered their speeches, and together with us they remembered the Hunyadi and the Corvin families. Thank you for having come from so far. Some people are already on their plane going back home, but we're very grateful. This international scientific conference, it's a milestone that's going to make many things happen, because it has already been fit for reconnecting Hungary into the scientific life of Hungary. I already got some congratulations from China, from Switzerland, from the United States, from Mongolia. A lot of people were watching the presentations through the stream, and thank you for the thousands of audience on the stream, listening to it in English, and thousands of the listeners and the audience in Hungarian. And thank you very much also for the embassies of Hungary around the world who also spread the information about this. And what can I say about the conference? Let me start from the very end. I think that there is nothing harder than the armory of Csaba Hidan, as it is as hard as and tough as his knowledge. And just as Minister Kásler said, that the Hunyadi family is a proper descendant of the Árpád family, the Árpád house. And also our Turkish speaker told that in his unparalleled presentation, I know that he made the maps himself, and I could see how much work was invested in it. Edmund Malay, who is on his way back to Albania, he also pointed out how friendly terms we had with the Albanians, and not only towards the West, but also we have to turn to our Balkan friends, our Eastern friends. Our ancestors did it, and also the Hunyadis did it. Some words about the Hungarian researchers. One of the greatest delight or present for me was that I could meet here Vilmos Fraknói, who was called today as Matthias DARVAS, who who had an excellent presentation and showed us how this debt that we owe 127 years should be liquidated, because this is a very severe omission, and also that the letters of Matthias should be translated and made available for the Hungarians in the Hungarian language, and also for the international audience in English. And also a big thanks go out to Péter Illich, who put up the diagnosis as to what other things are waiting for us. And just at the end, a big thanks, and hereby I would like to say thanks the Director General László of the Museum of Fine Arts for hosting this. And it took only 1 minute, not only because he was in a hurry, but it took a 1-minute phone call for him to say yes, not because he was in a hurry, but he had known already. Thank you very much for the interpreters who were struggling sometimes with the words and then with the PPTs, but made it possible that hundreds of thousands of people can get access to these presentations. And of course, Madam PICKOVÁ, many thanks for her presentation as well, how precisely Matthias was there in world policy through his relations with the Russians, with this diplomatic correspondence. I could highlight all of you, actually. Thank you very much for the special interviews. I look forward to making a publication about this. So now this conference will be over, but it is not going to end, because we will be able to read about it, we will be able to see it, and all the applause that we heard now, this is something that all my colleagues, all the researchers and the presenters and the speakers deserve. Thank you very much. Thank you for having come, and with this I declare the conference closed.